Hello and welcome back, guys. So in this particular session what we'll be doing is that we'll be learning some Python. Okay, so I think you can hear me well. So we are creating a list today. So area variable is there, hall is this much, kit is this much, living room is that, bathroom is that, blah blah blah. Adaptive list is like blah blah. Okay, living room, that's a string. Okay, list can contain integers and string as well, right? So a list can contain any Python type almost, although it's not really common. A list can contain a mix of Python types such as strings, floats is like a numerical thing, Boolean is logical, true or false, etc. The printout of the previous exercise was not really satisfying. It's just a list of numbers representing the areas, but you can't tell which area corresponds to which part of your house. The code in the editor is the start of a solution. For some of the areas, the name of the corresponding room is already placed in front. While path is available, represents the float 9.50 you specified earlier. Okay, so these are all floats. Finish the code that creates the area list. Build the list so that the list first contains the name of each room as strings and then its area. Right? So can we use a dictionary? Let's try. So finish the code, print area finish the code that will so that this first contains the name of each room as a string and then its area, right? Okay. Let's go hallway. This one is kitchen. Living room, right? LIV. Living room, LIV, I guess. Living room. I think this code will be here. I think it's not saying us to make a bedroom. I think it's not telling us to create a dictionary. I'm pretty sure. Okay, this is just going to be a path, right? Current code, what is that? String, blah blah blah. Invalid syntax error. What about now? Current code, syntax error, right? Comma bed. What the fuck? Living is not defined. Okay, LIV only, right? Current code. Where the fuck is my output? I've used print areas. Okay. So all I need to do is print areas, right? Print areas. Send an answer. Okay, good thing. Blah blah blah. But why isn't this thing put, man? AST is equals to, let's go with this blah blah, and then all right. and then what you do is just print me the ASD. Just print me ASD. Oh man, there is no run code over here. Alright, let's just continue. List can contain any Python type of list. So itself is also a Python type. This means that a list can also contain a list. My Python is getting funkier by the moment, but fear not, just remember the last syntax. Can you tell me which one of the following lines of Python code are valid ways to build a list? I think C. Let's try. We have a console, right? Already. So first of all, that I want to do is I want to do the earlier exercise, okay? The one that I was not able to do. What the fuck? I did not see the output. S equals to, let's go inside. Okay, blah, Apple, and inside Apple what I will have is that inside Apple I will have a dictionary named ASD, and just print me this. Right, anyways. So possible ways, right? Invalid string, okay. I think I made a mistake. 3, and then after that what I need is a comma, not a full stop. 5, 7, right? And then what I need is a closing bracket. Okay, the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, that's all right. This is 1, that is another. Okay. So I think C also works pretty well. 1 plus 2, comma. So that's a integer, right? And then that's another string. And then after that, okay, A into 5, so this will give us triple A. So that's a string, comma 3. That's an integer. That should also work, yeah. ABC works. As a data scientist, you often build top data. It makes sense to group some of these data instead of creating a flat list containing strings and floats. You can create a list of lists Skip it again, already an idea. Don't get confused here. Hall is a string where hall is variable that represents the float 11.25 you specified earlier. Pencil is so that it contains the bedroom and bathroom data. Make sure you enter these in order. Okay. Another thing that we need to do is bed. What is my opening bracket? And then I will need another closing thing here as well. Print out house. Print house. Anything else? Let's say this. I will need to print out type. What's the type of the house? Always blah blah blah. The type is list. Okay. So I have to print list. Always get confused on this. Subsetting list.
After you've created your very own Python list, you'll need to know how to access information in the list. Python uses something called an index to do this. Let's have a look at the fam list again. The first element in the list has index 0. The second element has index 1, and so on. Suppose that you want to select the height of Emma, the float 1.68. It's the fourth element, so it has index 3. To select it, you use... Similarly, to select the string... You've created your very own Python list. You'll need to know how to access information in the list. Python uses something called an index to do this. Let's have a look at the fam list again. The first element in the list has index 0. The second element has index 1, and so on. Suppose that you want to select the height of Emma, the float 1.68. It's the fourth element, so it has index 3. To select it, you use 3 inside square brackets. Similarly, to select the string dad from the list, which is the seventh element in the list, you'll need to put the index 6 inside square brackets. Now, the fact that the index starts at 0 is called zero indexing. You can also count backwards using negative indexes. This is useful if you want to get some elements at the end of your list. To get your dad's height, for example, you'll need the index -1. These are the negative indexes for all list elements. This means that both these lines return the exact same result. Apart from indexing, there's something called slicing, which allows you to select multiple elements from a list, thus creating a new list. You can do this by specifying a range using a colon. Let's first have another look at the list and then try this piece of code. Can you guess what it will return? A list with the float 1.68, the string mum, and the float 1.71, corresponding to the 4th, 5th, and 6th elements in the list, maybe? Let's see what the output is.
Nope.
Apparently, only the elements within index 3 and 4 get returned. The element with index 5 is not included. In general, this is the syntax. The index you specify before the colon, so where the slice starts, is included, while the index you specify after the colon, where the slice ends, is not. Remember this. With this in mind, can you tell me what this call will return? You probably guessed correctly that this call gives you a list with 3 elements, corresponding to the elements with index 1, 2, and 3 of the fam list. You can also choose to just leave out the index before or after the colon. If you leave out the index where the slice should begin, you're telling Python to start the slice from index 0, like this example. If you leave out the index where the slice should end, you include all elements up to and including the last element of the list, like here. Now it's time to head over to the exercises, where you'll continue to work on the list you've all
Correct. Subsetting is a piece of cake. Take the code sample which creates a list X and then select B from it. X in a bracket 1, right? So -3 is also the same result. We can also remember the areas list from before containing. Remember the area list areas. Okay, over here. List from before containing both strings and both situations already in the scripts. Can you add the correct code to some Python subsetting? So okay, print out the second element from the areas need as a value blah blah. Second element print areas 1. Print out last element from areas 2 -0. Why not, right? Print out the area, the living room. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth, print area, index number 5. Run code 11.25. Print out the last element, okay. 0. What the hell? Okay. -1, I guess. 20, right? Submit. Control Shift Enter. So subset and calculate. After you extract the value from the event, you need to perform additional calculations. Take this example where the second and fourth element of this list are extracted. The strings that result are pasted together with the operator. So X, A, B, C, D is our list. So print, you print A and then you print B and then first, second, third, P and D you print, right? So using a combination of list subsetting and a variable assignment, create a new variable eat sleep area, sum of kitchen and bedroom area. Okay, eat underscore sleep underscore area. What should this contain? Contain the sum of area, kitchen and blah blah, right? So let's do print. What do I need to print? Print areas. Within areas I want you to print kitchen area. Kitchen area is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 plus areas and the other index number is bedroom, right? Let's do negative indexing, -2. Print the variable blah blah. Okay, print eat, run code, living room, bathroom. What the hell? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. It's 3. And what is this doing? Printing that. Not that. I need 3 -3. Run code 28.75, right? Okay, this is just a sum only, not printing over here. Why am I doing it directly? I don't need to do it, right? Yeah, now it looks good. Bellissimo. Slicing and dicing. Selecting single values from a list is just one part of the story. It is also possible to slice your list. This means selecting multiple elements from your list using the following syntax: start and end, right? So start will be included while the end list is not included. The 1, 2, 3. So that basically B will be included, D will not be included, B and C will be included, right? While the element index 3 is not. Okay, create a list. Use slicing to create a list. Okay, downstairs, DOWN, stairs, that contains the first areas. What should it contain? Of 6 element. Let's just go with that. Or I could go 1 to 6 as well. 0 to 6. Create upstairs. Upstairs, that contains the last 4 element. That contains last 4 element. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Will be 7, I guess. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So we need to until over there. Five, 6, 7. It will include until over there. And next, downstairs is what we need is areas. And in this, what we need is basically 7 is to 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 will not be included, so let's go 11. Print out downstairs and let's use print function. Print downstairs. Upstairs, run code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. Why would you do that? Area should be 6 to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 to 10. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But why is 20 included? Run code, some answer. Okay. I will specify this index is to not specify the beginning index, start blah 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 blah. Experiment with this, try the following blah 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 blah. Just do dot 2, right? Experiment with this. Okay. So that means 0, 1, 2 until C. We will do ABC will be good. Then in that case we'll have 0, 1, 2. So 2 and 3 will be C and D will be good. X may be all. Create downstairs again as the first 6 elements of begin simply by slashing by omitting the beginning index, right? Areas. All we need to do is 6 upstairs STRs. What is that? Last areas this time specify the slicing by omitting the ending. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 is to thingy. Run code.
Kamera ko kami lagi ba?
Kina?
Kamera ko kami lagi. Nara mabel udah pada hari pun nih.
Okay, bye. Print. Okay, downstairs. Create downstairs. Not. I know why it is saying that. Hallway. Bedroom, bathroom, right? Create the areas list. Okay, I printed it now. Print downstairs. Print upstairs. Yes. The hell? I can't go now. Bedroom has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I think this is set. But what I want is that I want to print something else. Okay, so basically what has happened, if you do the 6, then what I did was basically it printed until 6th item, right? Right, printed until the 6th item. So whereas case of upstairs it printed from 6th element. So if you had done print, let's let's go area, and then let's go 1 to 6. I think it won't show the 20. Okay, that's my thing. Not areas, but on code 1 2 3 4 5. What will this string do? Run could print everything. Okay. So, what it will experiment with this even more. I will basically be very clear in this. So 0 to let's go 5. Then that means what will it print? 0 1 2 3 4 5. So it will print until. No, it will print only until last value is not included. So it will print until living room. Okay, let's see. Until living room, yeah. However, if I want to print the fifth item as well, 0 1 2 3 4, fifth item as well, I need to put in 0 to 6. So basically what happens is first value is included, last value is not included. Whereas in case of if you are doing first empty, like without defining the first thing, then I think you will be 5 6. What the hell? Last item is not included. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last values are included in this. 7. 6. Okay, same thing. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Same thing, right? Basically I could do 0 to 6, or I could do blank to 6. Just prints out the 6 values, right? But shouldn't that be 7 if we are to print 6 of them? You know why that does not work out? Because the first value is 0. That's why. Because if we had done 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, right? So it would print until bedroom, but since it counts the value all the way as 0, so 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, 0 to 7, 0 to 7, 0 to 7. Isn't it? 0 to 7, shouldn't that be the thing? Because last value is not included, right? Run. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 7 is also included. But if you're counting it, it's not 7, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. It is 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Why would you say last value would not be included then? Print upstairs, I don't need that right now. If I go 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. So 0 to 8 is thing, right? So if I do 0 to 8, in this case, so it is included. What the hell? What the hell? Previous exercise. Start and 1 to 3, that means BCD. N index will not be, A is not. So the bedroom is 6. It's 6. That's why it's not included. That's why it's not included. So in this case as well, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's why it's not included. So if I go 7, then 2, 4, 6. So until bedroom should come in, right? 6, 7, right? So until thing, I should put in 0 as well, okay? Not that, not over there, but I should put in 0 as well. Run code. Yeah, until bedroom thing. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Until 7th value has come, right? 8th is not come. Index number 8 has not come. Okay. Whereas in case of if you are leaving the empty, the last element will also be included. I think that's what it is. Alright. Yeah. So it should be. Downstairs. Rent. Upstairs. Run good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. First 6th element. This means 5th element, 5 element, right? Because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then bedroom is 2 element in terms of counting, but in terms of indexing, what? Only 3. Yeah. Submit answer. Empty and non-empty mix depends, right? Subsetting this top list, you saw that Python list can contain practically anything in another list. To subset list of the list, you can do something before trial, comma, and blah blah. So 2 and 0. So it should print that and that. Next two results in a list that can subset again by adding additional squares. What will house minus 1 won't return? This is the list of Alaba. Okay. Float. Kitchen area. String kitchen float. Bathroom area. X is equals to dot dot. Anyways, alright, so I think it's already programmed, right? Two. Zero. Z. Okay, let's do 0. Okay. I got it. So x2 until 2. What does this? I think this will represent. What this will do? It will generate these two, and then from there it will do until 2. Until 2. So I will also be included. Okay, I will not be included.
Get on your knees, apologize please. Now why don't you die for me? Tell me the king, really rough things. Give me that diamond ring. Get on your knees, apologize please.
Should print out everything, right? Okay, so x. Let's go 1. Let's go 1. And then from here I want to print out. Let's go from 1, right? So I want to print out 0 to, if I go 3, it will print out until D, I guess. Yeah. 0, 1, 2. That's why it's included the F as well. Okay. Not still a bit confused with that, right? I will have to make it very clear to me. So 0, 2. If I do 1, so what will you display? Just D, I guess. Yep. Similarly, if I just do, and then if I just do 0, 2, 2, what will you display? D, right? So similarly, if I just do 1, and then if I do is 2, 2. Yeah. So you included the last element as well. No. not include that. So what will house? Define again, experiment again. Okay. House. List. If you do -1, I think it will generate from the backwards, right? And then within the house, what we are doing is the first index. 9.5, okay. Bathroom. What will the house plumber do? Float, right? Bathroom illa.
Your voice echoes in my mind.
This thing is making it a bit confusing. I think in this thing 2 will also be included, but zero, and then just 1, right? Last value is not included.
Echoes in my mind.
Subset list of a list. Zero, and then again 0 here, right? So if I'm doing 0 and then after that until 1, should 1, 2, 8, right? So previous exercise. Six in this case, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sixth value is also included.
Voice echoes in my mind.
List number 1, and then from here what you do is 3. If I do 3, what will you print out? What the fuck? X is not defined. Maybe I did a backward thingy, that's why it's not defined.
Wow, you're doing super well. So now, after creation and subsetting, the final piece of the Python lists puzzle is manipulation. These are ways to change elements in your list, or to add elements to and remove elements from your list. Changing list elements is pretty straightforward. You use the same square brackets that we've used to subset lists, and then assign new elements to it using the equals sign. Suppose that after another look at fam, you realize that your dad's height is not up to date anymore, as he's shrinking with age. Instead of 1.89 meters, it should be 1.86 meters. To change this list element, which is at index 7, you can use this line of code. If you now check out fam, you'll see that the value is updated. You can even change an entire list slice at once. To change the elements Liz and 1.73, you access the first 2 elements with 0:2, and then assign a new list to it. Do you still remember how the plus operator was different for strings and integers? Well, it's also different for lists. If you use the plus sign with 2 lists, Python simply 2, and then assign a new list to it. You access the first 2, how the plus operator simply pastes together. This will do fam_x, for example. Finally, name and height, how the plus operator 7.3. You access the first 2 elements with 0:2, and then assign a new list to it. Do you still remember how the plus operator was different for strings and integers? Well, it's also different for lists. If you use the plus sign with 2 lists, Python simply pastes together their contents in a single list. Suppose you want to add your own name and height to the fam height list. This will do the trick. Of course, you can also store this new list in a variable fam_x, for example. Use the plus sign with 2 first 2 elements. You still remember how the plus operator was different for strings and integers? Well, it's also different for lists. If you use the plus sign with 2 lists, Python simply pastes together their contents in a single list. Suppose you want to add your own name and height to the fam height list. This will do the trick. Of course, you can also store this new list in a variable fam_x, for example. Finally, deleting elements from a list is also pretty straightforward. You'll have to use del here. Take this line, for example, that deletes the element with index 2, that is, Emma, from the list. If you check out fam now, you'll see that the Emma string is gone. Because you've removed an index, all elements that came after Emma moved over by 1 index. If you run the same line again, you're removing the element at index 2, which is Emma's height, 1.68 meters now. Understanding how Python lists actually work behind the scenes becomes pretty important now. What actually happens when you create a new list, X, like this? Well, in a simplified sense, you're storing a list in your computer memory and store the address of that list, so where the list is in your computer memory, in X. Now this means that X does not actually contain all the list elements. It rather contains a reference to the list. For basic operations, the difference is not that important, but it becomes more so when you start copying lists. Let me clarify this with an example. Let's store the list X as a new variable Y by simply using the equals sign. Let's now change the element with index 1 in the list Y like this. The funky thing is that if you now check out X again, the second element was also changed here. That's because when you copied X to Y with the equals sign, you copied the reference to the list, not the actual values themselves. When you're updating an element in the list, it's one and the same list in the computer memory you're changing. Both X and Y point to this list, so the update is visible from both variables. If you want to create a list Y that points to a new list in the memory with the same values, you'll need to use something other than the equals sign. You can use the list function like this, or use slicing to select all list elements explicitly. If you now make a change to the list Y points to, X is not affected. If that was a bit too much to take in, don't worry. The exercises will help you understand list manipulation and the subtle inner working.
Replacing the list element is pretty easy. Simply subset the list and assign a new value to the subset. You can select a single element or you can change the entire list. Slices at once. Use the Python script to experiment with the commands below. Can you tell what's happening and why? So it's changing the first element to R, right? So D will be changed to R. 2 afterwards, so 1, 2, so 2 will be included, and then that so C and D will be changed by S and T. For this the following exercise you need to work on areas list of these. Correct the bathroom area. Okay, what's the index for bathroom? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? Bathroom area is 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 number area. I want to update it to 9.50 float. Oops, that's not it. That's bedrooms area. 10.5. Okay, I can just go -1 as well, right? I could do that. Let's just go straight. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9. Change the living area to chill area. Areas. Living. Or in this case, let's use something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth. 2. Chill. Zone. Okay. Now what I want you to do is area. What I want you to do is print areas. Which did I write 9 over here? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not 9.5 now. Now it's 10.5. Okay, that's good. Chill, right? So printed the area in a bit different way, right? Okay, area menus. Okay, you want me to do -1 over there? Okay. Incorrect submission. You can use areas -1 equals to. Okay, no need of string because it's not a string, that's why. Okay. Blah blah blah. If you can change elements in an you make sure you should want to be able to add element to a list. To the right, can you use the plus operator to add something to the list? You just won the lottery. Awesome. You decide to build a pool house and a garage. Can you add information to the areas list? Sure. Use the plus operator to paste the list. Pool zone. Okay. So what do I do? Create a new list. Areas _1. Okay, that's the variable. What do I need to add? Areas first of all. Plus, what do I add? Okay. Pool house. $24.5. Okay, that's done. Let's add another area. TOL. Areas _2 equals to areas _1. Garage. Garage equals to float 1555. Name the resulting list. Blah blah. Everything is done, right? What do I do? Print. Yes. Run code. Graphs. Not equals to base. Let's try a bit different. So let's just put in just a single code works. Let's try this. Okay, just run that particular code as well. Run code. Okay, it's working now. So here as well, I want to do something else. Okay, so areas _1 to do right. If I change this to just _1, if I change this to print areas _1 current code 9. Okay, changes in the main thing as let's say so not areas.1 but just areas only. Okay, it does not change in the main one. Okay, let's do something else. Wow. Right. What is this here? Output. Print. Yards underscore 1 and then let's go 9 and then we go blah blah. Run code. Whereas if you just print areas, what will you provide? I think it's the same thing. Did it basically do? Zero one two right, 0 1 2 that it's a nice picture. What the fuck? Change the way, yeah. Change that value as well, yeah. Changed. Like it is not changed. Like it is not changed. And 0 to 3. Now I think it changed. Yes, guys, 0 1 2. Okay, 0 1 2 that only included this two elements. That's why only two elements were changed. To go print only this two, huh? That's why only this two were changed to 9, right? Whereas right now 0 to 3 loops up 1 2 3 no 0 1 2 loops up until that's why it's changed that. Okay, good. Oops. All I need to do is that. Submit answer. Pretty good. Delete list, you can remove elements from a list. You can do this with the delete statement. as the situation with the results. They also mistake the argument. It's not big out. It looks like the full house is not going to happen. So you decide the corresponding string and flow from the areas list to outside. You should replace commands on the same line of functions. Same line. So it becomes so it won't include the garage. I think this one should work. Let's see. Areas -2. Now I'm good at it. Cause -2 is garage, that means that won't be included because we are doing thingy with the starting value and the last value as well. And in that, what happens is first is included, last value is not included, and then basically what we can do is that is basically we ignore the garage, we only delete the two values, which is pool and that, right? So areas -4 -3 will be the variable, I think, the value for the pool. So yeah, pool house is there. Alright, so if we do delete area 10 is to 11, so 10 will only be deleted, only pool house will be deleted, right? I think that's what will happen. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's try that statement first of all. Delete areas 10 is 11, delete areas. Okay, print areas. See, now what has happened? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So again we can do the same thing. Delete areas 10 again. No, why? You can do 10 is to 11. See, this is deletes the 10th value, right? And if I do print areas, see, now that value is gone, right? What about this statement? What does that do? Okay, let's add in. Okay, let's add in. How do I add in? Delete, I did it. Try to delete areas. Then use to delete areas 11. So it deletes the 11 and the does not that work out? Print areas. Okay, what I should do is that let's just define areas again one more time. Right. Print areas. Pool house. Okay, yeah. Everything is loaded. Good. That means what I will do is that let's use this. Maybe it's cars. The index is changing after we delete something. That's the reason, I guess. Let's try. Delete areas, and what I want you to do is just delete that. Oops. Invalid syntax. Oops. That's not a good syntax in itself. Okay, what about this delete? 10 is to thing, that just deletes the other thing, right? I think we have already tried that earlier. Yeah, we've already tried that, and that just deletes the pool house because that's 10 and the other thing is 11. But since we are writing 10 is to 11, so it just means that the first value will 10 will be included, 11 not 11. So that's why thing is, so we should have done 10 is to 12, right? That could have worked. So let's try. Areas 10 is to 12, that means 11 will be included, not 12, right? Print yarch. Yup, that's done. Let's just update the value again. Okay, that's done. So I know this is the correct answer, but let's see the other thing as well. So I'm just trying to think through all the answers properly. So delete that. Alright. Is that a semicolon though? Is that a semicolon? Let's see. Let's zoom in. Yes, it is. It is semicolon, right? Okay. Interesting stuff. Interesting. So that is a semicolon. That means let's try it again. Okay. -3. So -3 is basically 1, 2, 3. So if you're counting from the back, it's not 0. Okay, it's not 0. It's not 0, 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3. Okay, from back. From back, it's just normal thing. That's what I learned. Alright, request. That's not from the back. And if we do del yarch -4. Okay, let's do print. Okay, so what did you do? So delete from 3 will be deleted, not the 4th. Okay, that's why print areas. That's why this code won't work, I guess. Yeah, 3 will be deleted. 1, 2, 3. So see right now over here. So if we had counted 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So as per this particular code, what would have happened? So 3 would be deleted, 3 until 4 will be deleted, right? So basically in this operator, what happens is that basically in this whatever that is statement, so 3 will be included, not the 4th item, right? And so basically third element will be included, not the fourth element. So if we are counting it from 0, what would happen is that basically 0, 1, 2, 3. So this would be 3. The bathroom should have been removed, right? But what has this thing done? It has removed the fuck. What the fuck did you remove, man? It has removed 10.5. Okay, it has removed. I should have printed something else over here. I should have printed areas as well. But basically, that's what it basically did. Okay, so this is 1, 2, third value. So if you're counting from the back, it's not a 0, but it's a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's what I figured it out. So basically the statement just deletes the third value, which is just the bathroom area only, not the bathroom in itself. But now again, if we do that, 1, 2, 3, oops, put in the values one more time. And then let's check the areas again. Okay, let's check the areas again. Okay, that's done. Just print me the areas. Print areas. Okay, so everything is done. Blah blah. And then after that, if I just use this particular formula, what would happen? That's my only concern. That's my thing. And then after that, give me the areas. Okay, so bathroom values has gone. That thing has also gone. What is that values index? 1, 2, 3. Third number is gone. Fourth number is not gone. But fifth number is gone. Right? 1, 2, 3. Fifth number is gone. But is that value being stored though? Yes, it is, because I printed it before I made the change, right? So in the upper print on the 18 number, you can see 10.5 is there. So what this basically does is that this statement is kind of a bit weird. So it's removing the value from third, and then it's also removing the fifth one, not the fourth one, but the fifth one. Okay. Don't need to worry about that. All I want to do is just get this thing, print it one more time, print areas, let's just see, PP, print, and then so all I want to do is just delete. I could just do delete what? Delete. Oops. Areas from the area variable. Delete from area variable which item, which index number. So we want to remove. What do you say? Corresponding value with the area, blah 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 blah. So lottery was not enough. Full house, right? So that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 to 12. If I do that, then print areas. Yeah. Full house, and that thing is removed, right? But in this case, I think we will try the reverse order as well. Let's try the reverse. Delete from areas variable. What I want you to remove is that minus. What I want you to remove is that minus 3. Or minus 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting from the back is just from 1, not from 0, right? And then delete areas within that, index number -4 to index number -2. So 2 will not be included, which is garage. Everything else will be print areas. Okay, good one, right? So I'll just be back quickly, guys.
With this feeling, I can leave. I'm working and I'm here. Will you dare to give it over and walk by my side? Do you see the road? Do you hear its call? Do you want a part of it? Just getting me apart now. Just getting me apart now. See the sun goes down, driving lights in hearts, counting trees around. This is our day to dream. My heart it's cursed with you. My heart is cursed with you. Do you see the road? Just get me aboard. Do you see the road? Just get me aboard. Do you see the road? Do you hear want your love above the stars. I only see us. My desire keeps growing up and it's getting out of control. Babe, I can't tell you the truth about love.
In this video, I'm going to introduce you to functions. Once you learn about them, you won't be able to stop using them. I sure can't. Functions aren't entirely new for you actually. You've already used them. Type, for example, is a function that returns the type of a value. But what is a function? Simply put, a function is a piece of reusable code aimed at solving a particular task. You can call functions instead of having to write code yourself. Maybe an example can clarify things here. Suppose you have the list containing only the heights of your family, fam, and say that you want to get the maximum value in this list. Instead of writing your own piece of Python code that goes through the list and finds the highest value, you can also use Python's max function. This is one of Python's built-in functions, just like type. We simply pass fam to max inside parentheses. The output makes sense, 1.89, the highest number in the list. Max worked kind of like a black box here. You passed it a list, then the implementation of max, that you don't know, did its magic and produced an output. How max actually did this is not important to you. It just does what it's supposed to, and you didn't have to write your own code, which made your life easier. Of course, it's possible to also assign the result of a function call to a new variable, like here. Now, tallest is just like any other variable. You can use it to continue your fancy calculations. Another one of these built-in functions is round. It takes two inputs. First, a number you want to round, and second, the precision with which to round, which is how many digits after the decimal points you want to keep. Say you want to round 1.68 to one decimal place. The first input is 1.68, the second input is 1. You separate the inputs with a comma. But wait, there's more. It's perfectly possible to call the round function with only one input, like this. This time, Python figured out that you didn't specify the second input and automatically chooses to round the number to the closest integer. To understand why both approaches work, let's open up the documentation. You can do this with yet another function, help, like this. It appears that round takes two inputs. In Python, these inputs, also called arguments, have names, number and n digits. When you call the function round with these two inputs, Python matches the inputs to their arguments. Number is set to 1.68 and n digits is set to 1. Next, the round function does its calculations with number and n digits as if they are Python variables in a script. We don't know exactly what code Python executes. What is important though is that the function produces an output, namely the number 1.68 rounded to 1 decimal place. If you call the function round with only one input, Python again tries to match the inputs to the arguments. There's no input to match to the n digits argument though. Luckily, the internal machinery of the round function knows how to handle this. When n digits is not specified, the function simply rounds to the closest integer and returns that integer. That's why we got the number 2. Now, how was I so sure that calling the function with a single input would work? Well, in the documentation, there are square brackets around the comma and the n digits here. This tells us that you can call round in this form as well as in this one. In other words, n digits is an optional argument. Actually, Python offers yet another way to show that a function has optional arguments, but that's something for the exercises. By now, you have an idea about how to use max and round, but how could you know that a function such as round exists in Python in the first place? Well, this is something you'll learn with time. Whenever you're doing a rather standard task in Python, you can be pretty sure that there's already a function that can do this for you. In that case, you should definitely use it. Just do a quick internet search and you'll find the function you need with a nice usage example. And there is, of course, DataCamp, where you'll also learn about powerful functions and how to use them. Get straight to it in the interactive exercises. And
let's get into it. Familiar function. Start the box by the office of bunch of printing functions to make your life easier. You already know such functions, print function and type. So you have also used functions string, integer, boolean, float, switch between data types, right? So string basically converts something into a string. So basically you add my name old, right? So the number will be integer, whereas if you process that, if you add my years is quotation and then you do plus and then you do 24, you write it as a variable as well. So then it will give a syntax error because that value is in thing, that value is not integer. Okay. Calling a function is easy to get the results. 3.0. Store the output as a new variable results. You can type in the results. Type 3.0. That's a float. Float will be stored in results. Okay, so the one recipe for calling function and setting the functions. Your variable is this. Function name. Okay, that's the type input print function and then the input that you wanna give to the function so that it will process it, right? So use print function in combination with type function to print out the type. Okay. Print out type in variable print. That's our function, and in that let's give an input. So that's the name of the function, print function, and our input for that particular function is again within that we are using a type function, and for that type of what? Type of variable one. Okay, length of variable. How to use that length out? Use length variable on that pretty much. Okay, to do this length variable one, right? Close it off. Okay. Convert variable 2 to an integer. 2 will be 1, right? Integer. So int keyboard is already there. They are 2. It's a list. length is also there. Output is 1. Stored output as stored output as output 2. Storing the results. Why is it not being displayed? Because we have not used a print. So in this case, if you use a print function, then if we use a print function, then we need to do print out to, right? So what happens? Let's just thinking about it. What happens if we directly do print, right? And then let's put a equals to I'm just doing it direct. I'm just wrapping the out to by a thing, by a print statement. Okay, so I think it just works. It's just a nested function, right? That what they used to call in Excel. So a equals to, let's go, type of variable to run code. I'm 14 error. Okay, can't do that. Yeah. Okay, so you can't wrap and create a defined variable. Okay. Run code, classes, list, length is 4. For that is not required. They require a length print job. Lambda is actually useful. It also works on strings to count the number of characters. Works on strings to count the number of characters. Okay. So length. Similar to Word, right? So you're just putting the whole thing inside a len kind of thing, len function. Len is the name of the function. Input is the number of words, and then it just counts what's the length. Hell, maybe you already know the name of the Python function, but you still have to figure out how to use it. You have to ask for information about the function with another function. Python specific, you can also use question mark before the function name. To get help, we can do that. Help, and then do max. Help on built-in function. Max is a module built in. So max max iterable. Argument 1, argument 2, arguments, blah blah, key function. Value with a single iterable arguments. Returns biggest item, okay. And default with single iterable items. That's basically it. Default keyword argument specifies an object to return if the provided iterable is empty with 2 arguments. Return the largest token. So max if kind of thing is also possible with using 2 arguments. So use the cell to open up the document of complex. Which of the following statement is true? Complex function, right? How? What is complex number? it's a complex number kind of thing. So complex is real and image. No, arguments are not required. It's optional, right? Create a complex number from a real part and an optional imaginary number. Okay, that's not imaginary number, right? So 2i kind of thing. This is equivalent to real plus imaginary into 1j. Real part of and then part, right? Optional text to argument. It does not specify MC. It is set to 1. No. If you read the documentation, default is 0, right? Yes. Multiple arguments. Coming there. In the previous video, the square brackets around I and Z in the documentation showed us that I and Z argument is optional, but Python also uses a different way to tell users about argument being optional. Uses different way of telling argument is optional. Have a look at the documentation of sorted. Returns a sort of list. Use a sorted text, 3 arguments, iterable key levers. Takes 3 arguments, iterable key and levers. So key equals to none means you don't specify the key argument, it will be none. The reverse equals to false means if you don't specify the argument, it will be false, right? So in Python, what this boolean value is set to true. The list elements are sorted as if each comparison were reversed. Caret equals to a sort of stable. Caret is not included. Because it's none, right? You have to specify it and reverse, but not first input will pass sorted with match to particular argument. But what about the second input? In Python, you can specify reverse without changing anything about it. So you can use equals to. This can be created for you. Can you paste them together and sort them in a descending order? Okay, that is for now you understand iterable as being any collection of objects. Iterable. An object capable of returning its members at one at a time. Example of iterable sequence such as list, string, tuple, always one sequence like dictionary and file. Okay, an object. So if any class defined with a mirror method. Collection of objects, right? Example one list. So use plus function to paste together. This append, right? Append this. So delete was delete list, and then specify delete parenthesis and then square bracket, and then you specify the index number. Okay, so sort full in descending order, full sorted. How can that be off? Fucking hell, you had been just... Okay, you can see my screen now. Full socket. Print out full sorted. Sorted. Is to call sorted in full. Okay. Sorted. Into this list to use its full. Specify reverse. Through. Save the file list as full sorted. Okay, and then print full underscore sorted. Run code. Okay, in this case what happened, reverse is not taken in, but it is arranged in ascending order, right? So if you were to do a descending order, what we have to do is that basically reverse equals to true. Okay, that's why it's not working, it's case sensitive. True, see, true is not defined. That's why 2010 reverse, right? Submit answer. Methods.
Built-in functions are only one part of the Python story. You already know about functions such as max to get the maximum of a list, len to get the length of a list or a string, and so on. But what about other basic things such as getting the index of a specific element in the list or reversing a list? You can look for built-in functions that do this, but you won't find them. In the past exercises, you've already created a bunch of variables. Among other Python types, you've created strings, floats, and lists, like the ones you see here. Each one of these values or data structures are so-called Python objects. This string is an object. This float is an object. But this list is also, you got it, an object. These objects have a specific type that you already know: string, float, and list. And of course they represent the values you gave them, such as lists, 1.73, and an entire list. But in addition to this, Python objects also come with a bunch of so-called methods. You can think of methods as functions that belong to Python objects. A Python object of type string has methods such as capitalize and replace. But also, objects of type float and list has specific methods depending on the type. Enough for the theory now. Let's try to use a method. Suppose you want to get the index of the string mum in the fam list. Fam is a Python object with the type list and has a method named index. To call the method, you use the dot notation like this. The only input is the string mum, the element you want to get the index for. Python returns
fam index dot
4, which indeed is the index of the string mum. I called the index method on the fam list here, and the output was 4. Similarly, I can use the count method on the fam list to count the number of times 1.73 occurs in the list. Python gives me 1, which makes sense because only lists is 1.73 meters tall. But lists are not the only Python objects that have associated methods. Also floats, integers, booleans, and strings are Python objects that have specific methods associated with them. Take the variable sys. Python gives me 1, which makes sense because only lists is 1.73 meters tall. But lists are not the only Python objects that have associated methods. Also floats, integers, booleans, and strings are Python objects that have specific methods associated with them. Take the variable sister, for example, that represents a string. You can call the method capitalize on sister without any inputs. It returns a string where the first letter is capitalized now. Or what if you wanted to replace some parts of the string with other parts? Not a problem. Just call the method replace on sister with 2 appropriate inputs. In the output, Z is replaced with SA. To be absolutely clear, in Python, everything is an object, and each object has specified methods associated. Depending on the type of the object, list, string, float, whatever, the available methods are different. A string object like sister has a replace method, but a list like fam doesn't have this, as you can see from this error. Objects of different types can have methods with the same name. Take the index method. It's available for both strings and lists. If you call it on a string, you get the index of the letters in the string. If you call it on a list, you get the index of the element in the list. This means that, depending on the type of the object, the methods behave differently. Before I unleash you on some exercises on methods, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Some methods can change the objects they're called on. Let's retake the fam list and call the append method on it. As the input, we pass a string we want to add to the list. Python doesn't generate an output, but if we check the fam list again, we see that it has been extended with the string me. Let's do this again, this time to add my height to the list. Again, the fam list was extended. This is pretty cool because you can write very concise code to update your data structures on the fly, but it can also be pretty dangerous. Some method calls don't change the object they're called on, while others do. So watch out. Let's take a step back here and summarize this. You have Python functions like type, max, and round that you can call like this. There are also methods which are functions that are specific to Python objects. Depending on the type of the Python object you're dealing with, you'll be able to use different methods, and they behave differently. You can call methods on the objects with the dot notation, like this, for example. There's much more to tell about Python objects, methods, and how Python works internally. But for now, let's stick to what I've talked about here. It's time to get to some exercises and add methods to your ever-growing skill set. Let's get you coding again.
String comes up with a bunch of methods. Follow the instruction closely to discover some of them. If you want to discover them in more detail, you can always type help string and the Python cell. A string place has already been created for you to experiment with. Use the upper method method. Store the value in place of, okay, place underscore equals to place star operator. Here is e place dot operator. Print place print place of, print out the number of rows in the place. Print this dot count. Okay, upper does everything up, capitalize this stuff thing. Okay. All right. Help str. What is happening? This thing is so long. Plus string bytes or buffer memory years. This one is also done. So strings are not only Python scripts, they have methods associated with them. Okay, this project also types that come with package concept string methods. In this exercise, we will be experimenting with where is my music? Where is my music? Why did you close YouTube? In this exercise, we'll be experimenting with index and count. Try to get the index of the function made of the list that matches input blah 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 blah. So use the index function to get the element 20. Index books alias dot index. String वाला point 0 run code 2 print out how often the private bird areas dot count. That we put it inside a thing, right? That's why. print. This method to most list chains. Most list method chains and this they are called element of a list that matches the input and reverses the order of elements, so you are working on the list in the areas you want to know. Append what? 24.5 comma 10.45 print out areas. Use the reverse. Reverse what I need to be saying, right? Not really quite sure if they should be out there. Twice. Okay. You're asking append it twice. No? Let's try that. Aha. What about A equals to, and there is a list, let's say A commas alright, so if I append A dot append C X, right? Print A, right? Code. A is not defined or back. Try it somewhere else. Alright, moving on to packages.
By now, I hope you're convinced that Python functions and methods are extremely powerful. You can basically use other people's code to solve your own problems. That's amazing. However, adding all functions and methods that have been written up to now to the same Python distribution would be a mess. There would be tons and tons of code in there that you'll never use. Also, maintaining all of this code would be a real pain. This is where packages come into play. You can think of packages as a directory of Python scripts. Each script is a so-called module. These modules specify functions, methods, and new Python. available from the internet. Among them are packages for Python functions and methods are extremely powerful. You can basically use other people's code to solve your own problems. That's amazing. However, adding all functions and methods that have been written up to now to the same Python distribution would be a mess. There would be tons and tons of code in there that you never use. Also, maintaining all of this code would be a real pain. This is where packages come into play. You can think of packages as a directory of Python scripts. Each script is a so-called module. These modules specify functions, methods, and new Python types aimed at solving particular problems. There are thousands of Python packages available from the internet. Among them are packages for data science. There's NumPy to efficiently work with arrays, Matplotlib for data visualization, and scikit-learn for machine learning. Not all of these packages are available in Python by default. To use Python packages, you'll first have to install them on your own system, and then put code in your script to tell Python that you want to use these packages. DataCamp already has all necessary packages installed for you, but if you want to install them on your own system, you can use pip, for example, a package maintenance system for Python. If you go to this URL, you can download the file getpip.py. Next, you go to the terminal and execute python3 getpip.py. Now you can use pip to actually install a Python package of your choosing. Suppose we want to install the NumPy package, which you'll learn about in the next chapter. You type pip3 install NumPy. You have to use the commands python3 and pip3 here to tell our system that we're working with Python version 3. Now that the package is installed, you can actually start using it in one of your Python scripts. Before you can do this, you should import the package or a specific module of the package. You can do this with the import statement. To import the entire NumPy package, you can do import NumPy like this. A commonly used function in NumPy is array. It takes a list as input. Simply calling the array function like this will generate an error though. To refer to the array function from the NumPy package, you'll need this. This time it works. The NumPy array is very useful to do data science, but more on that later. Using this NumPy dot prefix all the time can become pretty tiring, so you can also import the package and refer to it with a different name. You can do this by extending your import statement with as, like this. Now, instead of NumPy.array, you'll have to use np.array to use NumPy's array function. There are cases in which you only need one specific function of a package. Python allows you to make this explicit in your code. Suppose that we only want to use the array function from the NumPy package. Instead of writing import NumPy, you can instead write from NumPy import array like this. This time, you can simply call the array function like this. No need to use NumPy dot here. This from import version to use specific parts of a package can be useful, but you're also losing some of the context. Suppose you're working in a long Python script. You import the array function from NumPy at the very top, and way later, you actually use this array function. Somebody else who's reading your code might have forgotten that this array function is a specific NumPy function. It's not clear from the function call. In that respect, the more standard import NumPy as np call is preferred. In this case, your function call is np.array, making it very clear that you're working with NumPy. Off to the exercises now, where you can practice different ways of importing packages and modules yourself. You're well on your way to becoming a Pythonista data science ninja.
Some geometry never heard, right? What a fancy clustering algorithm. Some open areas. Already coding script. Okay, R is already coded script. radius is already there. Calculate the code and see. Calculate. See. Import the math package. Import the math package. Import. Or double asterisk to write input. Run code. Repeat it as a string. As this is an extending of the right. From math import math.py. What the fuck? Yes, import math. File equals to dot py. Okay. Code import math, right? Okay. Selecting. So general imports like import math make all functionality from the math package available. However, you decide to use only a specific part of the package, you can make from math import by. Earlier what we from math and then is equals to math.py. Let's say the moves orbit around Earth is with the radius performance active. Import from math import and by, right? Only by, and then calculate the distance traveled by moon over 12 degrees Celsius. 12 degrees 2 units, that's highest day. Calculated by R into pi. PHI. Print the distance. the radiance. Okay. This dense dot radiance, or I could do radiance dist good whatever bio. Name dist is not. Well, I could do that. Oh, good. Different ways of servers to package into Python. So you want to solution we have some package of the scheme because we use this function as follows. ion as my underscore INV. Now if I do my underscore INV, the square bracket all of this 1,2, close the bracket, 3,4. Check the current quoted quotes. This is price, and this is this particular level. Submission. It still work now. Yeah, as would allow you to create a local name for the function you're importing. NumPy.
Wow, you've done well, and by now you're aware that the Python list is pretty powerful. A list can hold any type and can hold different types at the same time. You can also change, add, and remove elements. This is wonderful, but one feature is missing, a feature that is super important for aspiring data scientists such as yourself. When analyzing data, you'll often want to carry out operations over entire collections of values, and you want to do this fast. With lists, this is a problem. Let's retake the heights of your family and yourself. Suppose you've also asked for everybody's weight. It's not very polite, but everything for science, right? You end up with two lists, height and weight. The first person is 1.73 meters tall and weighs 65.4 kilograms. If you now want to calculate the body mass index for each family member, you'd hope that this call can work, making the calculations element-wise. Unfortunately, Python throws an error because it has no idea how to do calculations on lists. You could solve this by going through each list element one after the other and calculating the BMI for each person separately, but this is terribly inefficient and exhausting to write. A way more elegant solution is to use NumPy, or Numeric Python. It's a Python package that, among others, provides an alternative to the regular Python list, the NumPy array. The NumPy array is pretty similar to the list, but has additional features, such as the ability to perform calculations over entire arrays. It's really easy and super fast as well. The NumPy package is already installed on DataCamp servers, but if you want to work with it on your own system, go to the command line and execute pip3 install NumPy. Next, to actually use NumPy in your Python session, you can import the NumPy package like this. Let's start with creating a NumPy array. You do this with NumPy's array function. The input is a regular Python list. I'm using array twice here to create NumPy versions of the height and weight lists from before, NP height and NP weight. Let's try to calculate everybody's BMI with a single call again. This time it worked fine. The calculations were performed element-wise. The first person's BMI was calculated by dividing the first element in NP weight by the square of the first element in NP height. The second person's BMI was calculated with the second height and weight elements, and so on. Let's do a quick comparison here. First, we tried to do calculations with regular lists like this, but this gave us an error because Python doesn't know how to do calculations with lists like we want them to. Next, these regular lists were converted to NumPy arrays. The same operations now work without any problem. NumPy knows how to work with arrays as if they were single values, which is pretty awesome if you ask me. You should still pay attention though. First of all, NumPy can do all of this so easily because it assumes that your NumPy array can only contain values of a single type. It's either an array of floats, an array of booleans, or something else. If you do try to create an array with different types, like this for example, the resulting NumPy array will contain a single type, string in this case. The booleans and the floats were both converted to strings. Second, you should know that a NumPy array is simply a new kind of Python type, like the float, string, and list types from before. This means that it comes with its own methods, which can behave differently than you'd expect. Take this Python list and this NumPy array, for example. If you do Python list plus Python list, the list elements are pasted together, generating a list with 6 elements. If you do this with the NumPy arrays, on the other hand, Python will do an element-wise sum of the arrays. Just make sure to pay attention when you're juggling around with different Python types, because the outcomes can differ a lot. Apart from these subtleties, you can work with NumPy arrays pretty much the same as you can with regular Python lists. When you want to get elements from your array, for example, you can use square brackets. Suppose you want to get the BMI for the second person, so at index 1. This will do the trick. Specifically for NumPy, there's also another way to do list subsetting, using an array of booleans. Say you want to get all BMI values in the BMI array that are over 23. A first step is using the greater than sign, like this. The result is a NumPy array containing booleans. True if the corresponding BMI is above 23, false if it's below. Next, you can use this boolean array inside square brackets to do the subsetting. Only the elements in BMI that are above 23, so for which the corresponding boolean value is true, is selected. There's only one BMI that's above 23, so we end up with a NumPy array with a single value, that specific BMI. Using the result of a comparison to make a selection of your data is a very common way to get surprising insights. Learn all about it and the other NumPy basics in the exercises.
In this chapter, we are going to dive into the world of baseball. Along the way, you will get comfortable with the basics of NumPy and how it matters to the data science. How list baseball has been defined in the heart of some baseball player with centimeters. Okay, can you add some code in there to create a NumPy array from it? Has import NumPy as import NumPy as NP, then import the NumPy package so that you can do NumPy can be so use create a NumPy array NP underscore baseball equals to NP dot array baseball, right? Print NP underscore baseball. Anything else? Anything else? Run code. One of the one type. So we created a NumPy array. Oops. Print out type. So if I do type, what will you basically give out? Run code. Unexpected, the code can be used, syntax error, unexpected parsing. Fun underscore. Dot. That is working, I guess. What do you mistake then? One single mistake. Converting this point to the array, right? Now hide already. Import file height is available as request. I have a huge space for when we decide to call mf. Should link this for knocks around for some more strength on the height of the main players. Pass it along. Pass this data on open. How much of this do as the Python list height? already put it. Okay, so np underscore height underscore im equals to np dot array height underscore n, right? Print np underscore height dot thingy. That's 70%. That's 72, right? What the fuck is that? Okay, that's been done. I am done. Okay. I have to do a few more things. Okay, so convert NPI to NP underscore. What is that? Where is the light coming from? Okay, it's from the scroll bar, not my background. Let's continue. So we need to do a BMI, right? It's not possible. I will create an array. Stop by import numpy as and pay carry multiply by that pounds to kilograms of carry. So numpy height is equals to numpy array. First of all, you converted the thing into height dot into numpy array. Why the fuck would you close my music? YouTube. NP underscore wait underscore keys equals to NP. What is this? Create array from wait. Wait that will be multiply it. Just toss that. MI. Wait, divide by height. What happens if I change that? Oh, it does not change this down, huh? That's why that function, the one that I saw earlier on, it changes everything. That's why it's so important. Print. Very nice, printed right. Okay, the same components. And out the other, yeah. DMI is like that. Lightweight baseball players. So to subset take the Python stand up why you can use square brackets. think it's saying to print that is why, right? Just print light only. Okay, that's what I was about to do. I was doing that. So this yellow light. What will the light wants, right? Side exactly. That's working. Something that changed was different types. If we try to use also list some things. Choose to build up any list type we use systematically argument such as plus minus different for different Python list modifier. Let's have a look at this line of code modifier plus modifier some modifier, right? Possible answers, I think 1, 4, 5, and then after that could be what? 2 and 0 could be 2 only. Particularly 0 and 5, right? Not A for 5 2. Yeah, 4 5 and then 2. That answer and that answer should match. Is that what you're trying to say? This one is not good because it's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, false. This one is not it. Plus completed array 0 plus 0, 2 plus 2 comma 2. Yep, that's what it is. already contains code that imports Numpy and stores as Numpy arrange. Okay, Numpy arrange is there. Without wait at index 50. Right here, that's code. Wait. 50. Should be 49. It should be 49, I guess. But if you want to do that, index. Back of the studio. Print. Underscore height. Print element from 100 up to 0. Because they just print over here. Run code 200. Knew it. Bit of twist. 2D fire array, okay. I'll just be back. Okay. back.
Well done, you legend. Let's now recreate the NumPy arrays from the previous video. If you ask for the type of these arrays, Python tells you that they are numpy.ndArray. NumPy tells you that it's a type that was defined in the NumPy package. NdArray stands for n-dimensional array. The arrays np-height and np-weight are one-dimensional arrays, but it's perfectly possible to create two-dimensional, three-dimensional, heck, even seven-dimensional arrays. Let's stick to two in this video though. You can create a 2D NumPy array from a regular Python list of lists. Let's try to create one NumPy array for all height and weight data of your family, like this. If you print out np2d now, you'll see that it is a regular data structure. Each sublist in the list corresponds to a row in the two-dimensional NumPy array. From np2d.shape, you can see that we indeed have 2 rows and 5 columns. Shape is a so-called attribute of the np2d array that can give you more information about what the data structure looks like. Note that the syntax for accessing an attribute looks a bit like calling a method, but they are not the same. Remember that methods have round brackets after them, and you can see here that attributes do not. Also, for 2D arrays, the NumPy rule applies. An array can only contain a single type. If you change one float to be a string, all the array elements will be coerced to strings to end up with a homogeneous array. You can think of the 2D NumPy arrays as an improved list of lists. You can perform calculations on the arrays, as I showed before, and you can do more advanced ways of subsetting. Suppose you want the first row and then the third element in that row. To select the row, you need the index 0 in square brackets. Don't forget about 0 indexing. To then select the third element, you can extend the same call with another pair of brackets, this time with the index 2, like this. Basically, you're selecting the row, and then from that row, do another selection. There's also an alternative way of subsetting, using single square brackets and a comma. This call returns the exact same value as before. The value before the comma specifies the row. The value after the comma specifies the column. The intersection of the rows and columns you specified are returned. Once you get used to it, this syntax is more intuitive and opens up more possibilities. Suppose you want to select the height and weight of the second and third family member. You want both rows, so you put in a colon before the comma. You only want the second and third column, so you put in the indices 1 to 3 after the comma. Remember that the third index is not included here. The intersection gives us a 2D array with 2 rows and 2 columns. Similarly, you can select the weight of all family members like this. You only want the second row, so put 1 before the comma. You want all columns, so you use a colon after the comma. The intersection gives us the entire second row. Finally, 2D NumPy arrays enable you to do element-wise calculations, the same way you did with 1D NumPy arrays. That's something you can experiment with in the exercises, along with creating and subsetting 2D NumPy arrays. Get coding.
Create a 2D NumPy before working with the actual NumPy data string. 2D NumPy from a small list of lists. Let's use all these reminders. Height and weight. This one is already coded for this script to use array to create. This one made in this part. Base. type print type this moment print out that and then another print underscore baseball inside of this thing. Now let me install this one. Let's rest the run code somewhere on the MPRA. Submit on the right to the array is done. This what it this I should have one because we do. Print and underscore baseball. specified height and width. Okay, understood. Subsetting to of IRI. So from the first 0, that means that's a E, right? 1 and then 0, that's C, right? This toughness and so converting that thing into an array, not array. And then that thing is basically the second. Let's see, that's a structure that is column 18 or something. Get the code is extracted from the list of things. For example, finding is there is a thing called the code elements A and C are extracted from the list. That means this is a Y. Basically, you need to get the index number of that particular list and then sub-index or index number of that sub-list within that list as well, right? Already in the script. Okay, so first column contains the player height in inches, second column contains width. Add some lines to make the correct selections. Remember that in Python the first element is indexed at 0. So they will print just print height and B as well as well, and then this first row is 15th, 11th, 49th. Okay. 71, 75, right? Select the entire second column of column of base 1 equals to select Alright, so this moment column is basically done by that. everything. Column is 2, right? Aha. Page. Aha. Aha. Select the first column and print it out. Print. This one. Layer number thing. Height, select the height first column. This one. So 123, 1 column code.
Eyes were soft as stone. Why did you leave me up soon? I can't wait to see you in the morning, in the bed where you're the king. Walking in the sand like nothing's wrong. I'm just trying to write you a song. The sun is going down, I am getting wild. Just can't remember the last time you smiled. I can't help staring at you. I'm fine as long as you're mine. Queen of the night, I'm falling apart.
Behind the stroke. Wait. What can you stroke? Move for the stroke that.
Together, be sure I can be yours forever. This is our last summer.
Oh, 1. Why is that to define?
Under the lights, I can see your face. Above the stars, I can see your face. I can help staring at you. I'm fine as long as
Start session.
queen of the night, I'm falling apart. You're missing king, I wanted you back.
Yeah, this 50th. Right. Print. Baseball. Baseball. First thing is row. 50th row the whole row, right? So that's not a big deal. Print. Okay, so select column of thing. So entire row, second column, right? Print height of row. Baseball cut, which play forward 3, first column, right? Just go 49 now. Let's print out that. Follow.
I'm still wondering if you care. Always taking so for granted.
Ah, now I know why is that happening. You know why? Because HFA1. That's for the second column, because 0 is the first column, which is what? Which is first column is what? Its height. We need weight, right? So let's do print and we underscore weight. I can go okay. That's why. To be arithmetic. Changing it to A, right? That is done. Yes. Then here 10 is to 10. Yes, so you managed to get a board of changes and I don't know. Created by baseball. That's been done. Print out additions of NB baseball, update it. Add NB baseball and update it. print. इसको रन को run this code. Just run search only. So you convert a normal matrix into an array, multi-array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 25. Each and every element within the list, and then an event. Entering address basically at values plus then just adding that variable the mat plus just that. Okay, understood. Print out addition of MBBs request. So print this plus conversion. So we want to convert it, right? 0.54, 0.453592 product of print plus 12 now it's better, right? NP array. You call NP array twice? No. Basically multiplies all of these list elements by 2. This basically adds this list element by the first one. For the first element, that is basically that plus the other thing, right? So, do you read this? What the fuck did I call it twice? Yeah, that thing is done. This regular Python list with 3 elements included on here. The input that is regular list, right? So on and so on. That's what I missed. Convert as basic NP dot array. Finally, basic statistics. Which course is this? I have to check it. Introduction to Python, right? That is practice.
A typical first step in analysing your data is getting to know your data in the first place. For the NumPy arrays from before, this is pretty easy because there isn't a lot of data. However, as a data scientist, you'll be crunching thousands, if not millions, or billions of numbers. Imagine you conduct a citywide survey where you ask 5,000 adults about their height and weight. You end up with something like this. A 2D array which I named NP City that has 5,000 rows corresponding to the 5,000 people and 2 columns corresponding to the height and the weight. Simply staring at these numbers like a zombie won't give you any insights. And zombies can't even interpret numbers correctly anyway. What you can do though is generate summary statistics about your data. Aside from an efficient data structure for number crunching, it happens that NumPy is also good at doing these kinds of things. For starters, you can try to find out the average height of these 5,000 people with NumPy's mean function. Because it's a function from the NumPy package, don't forget to start with np-dot. Of course, I first had to do a subsetting operation to get the height column from the 2D array. It appears that, on average, people are 1.75 meters tall. What about the median height? This is the height of the middle person if you sort all people from small to tall. Instead of writing complicated Python code to figure this out, you can simply use NumPy's median function. You can do similar things for the weight column in NP City. Often, these summary statistics will provide you with a sanity check of your data. If you end up with an average weight of 2,000 kilograms, your measurements are probably incorrect. Apart from mean and median, there are also other functions like CORE-COEF to check if, for example, height and weight are correlated, and STD for standard deviation. NumPy also features more basic functions such as sum and sort, which also exist in the basic Python distribution. However, the big difference here is speed. Because NumPy enforces a single data type in an array, it can drastically speed up the calculations. Just a side note here. If you're wondering how we came up with the data in this video, we simulated it with NumPy functions. We sampled 2 random distributions 5,000 times to create the height and weight arrays, and then used column stack to paste them together as 2 columns. Another awesome thing that NumPy can do, and that you'll learn to do in the next course. Another great tool to get some sense of your data is to visualize it, but that's something for the next course also. First, head over to the exercises to learn how to explore your NumPy arrays. And so many congrats on making it this far. You've come such a long way.
3 columns only. Okay, so how do you check this? Not dim, not R like a dim in R. I will check it. Then it's not there, it's not useful. Create number array. Array from what? From the underscore is for within that we need what? Always from from which data from np underscore height. That does not sound right. How is that? It's not without it's very good. It's perfect sense. So it's a good idea about the overall distribution of the entire data set, right? NP array. Changing it. This will be but only the first column explore the small data because the mean and so far apart you decide to complement them there and send the correct data over to you. It's again available as numpy array in task declared already. It's going to bring up informative messages with different symbols. This is it's going to print out the mean height is already included. Okay, average equals to NP mean of what? Print average plus string value average. Now the correct code, okay, I go to that, does not matter. So this switching it in the string, that goes very right string otherwise that right together, it's not going to work. Why it's not working right, it's not going to work, I guess. Must be string. change this into a string. Doop, doop, doop. This one from the first column, right? Find the median height. Replace none. So median height. NP dot median. And so that's already a change data set. That's already a change sum is problem here. What I would have done is that I will just type and the underscore corresponding just on that and just control enter it one by the yeah. Alright, just do and is that and this one. Save as that and median from which data and underscore base and what does this data have? This data has 2 columns and some rows. So what I want to do is I want to get all the rows, but all I want is first column, right? So easy to do. Similarly for standard deviation. Dot st baseball and baseball, right? Baseball, and then here all those of height. Yeah. This is first and second column correlation. Standard deviation wrong. Data, the first row, and then the whole row, and then first column. Correlation is nothing else but NP dot correlation coefficient. shake. What was shake now. That's what it is. Shake. Ah, shit, it's the thing. What did this help section say about that? About say what we're trying to say? Has the same. Okay, so it should have the same. But in our case, so array like 1B or 2B observation can be also used, right? Why is that as returns what are various metrics. Correlation and let's go please. Column is 0 now. What about if I do all rows but in the first column and then solve, but this time do all rows but from this first column, right? think this could also work. This is also same thing. Paint it together. Last one. The last few exercises sports sapphire positions, goalkeeper, and Yogi heights, the stuff all each other. Unless corresponds to a player. The first position contains things, contains height in centimeter, higher than that of them. Some of your friends don't know it, so acquire Python skills. Convert positions and third and underscore positions. Equals that, but how? How can we be done? Done. Okay, let's try this. NP underscore positions, and then bring back do that, and then underscore position positions. Close the list. Why is this list not closed? This is for array. Why not lessons? Make this a list as well. Go. That's all. I'll speak everything else. NP heights now. This particular chunk. Yeah, wait. Hey, hey. Intermediate Python. Come on, man. Store. Column stack. Hi. Select the code to return that. And to return 456. That's one. And that's that's not going to work out 6 into 0. In that case, as well as not going to work out 6 into 0. That will be 1, right? Yeah, that's not going to work out. So 4, 6. And then 1, that goes 5, 6. That's it. What's happening in Ooh, they give a certificate as well. Did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know that.
I've been waiting for you.
Okay, they do give a certificate as well. Interesting stuff. Let's just save this thing as well. Might try. Not over there. I have to bring it to another display. Online courses. Online courses. Oh man, I have so many of them. Alright, let's be back over here, right? Okay, and that's changing normal list from Python to numpy array. X and Y is there. What will be the output if you subtract 1 minus? Right, so 1 minus 6 will be 5. This, of course, third number, but there is another number. What is this? Which code will return output 12? Of course, number 1. It goes at 32 now. Course number 1. Complete the code to return the output. 0, 5, 15, 19, 8. Reverse. Yes, reverse is what sending, right? Reverse function, where will this be used? Sort. np dot sort. Numpy, okay, so it's numpy. Or it could be in the basic thing as well. I think it is, I think it is sorting, sorting. Reset. That's what. So which function is used to define the data type of an object? Which function is the type? Equals to Unix and blah blah blah. 3 to 5, so 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. x and x. What function do we use? Rm. Delete 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So k and e got deleted. Okay. So remove the correct number from the list. 9 was removed, right? So x delete 9. Not delete, I think remove 9. Then it is alone. And this is correlation coefficient. And without correlation coefficient is 2. What is this? 5, 15, 14, 9, 16. So this is append 65. Append 65. Third. Not very important because okay, so not on this converted not the array. Okay, that's done. And then print x and then get that up 19 and then 213. 0, 1, 2, 3. B is equals to the laps. This is nothing else but like right, so forth. What the hell? That was 6. Okay. Delete. Select the correct answer, which is the one. So, comment is 1. Select the code to return the output 9. That's not it. 0. That's it. The output is 5. Mean cost being 2 plus 6 divided by 2. Five, 10, 20 divided by 4 is that plus 6 by 1. Number 1, 4, 5, 6, right? So that thing if you do an equal stack. Stacked together, so stacked together, 5 stacked together, 5 stacked together. So 4, 6, 10, 20 divided by 4, right? Now let's use it. If you do 0 and 1 that, you go first row, crosswords to, and then the whole column is basically that Ghana column, right? So before the other side, 1 and then 0.7 will be 1 and 6. That's it. So we've got to return the output 13410 by 22, right? Easy, whether it's 1 was 0, so that's not the code. It's down. So that is the string, it's in quotation marks, right? So our answer is third, okay. Let me see. Quote, string, and integers, right? So print, blah blah blah. So that means ACV. Oops. Oh, it's X, Y. H, B, C, A. What data types can a list hold that? Float, string, everything else, object, any object. What is the output of this code? And the other is blah blah blah. So any number which is less than 70, right? So true. X less than 17. 3. Output 3, 11, 7, 3, 13, 7. Zero, 1, 2, and then after that 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, and then that's the third one. So the following is assign a value 3. And that's the number we have Boolean, right? 1264 and is equals to that. 4, 12, and 8. Stop in next March. Just the index number. This is where it happens. Split 1. upper capitalize only changes the first thing, right? Is equals to dot string and float and integer as well. Oh no, it's not a thing, it's that is also a string 1.5, right? So 3 to 5, write some code, print FOO 3 to 5. I think it's this. Which does get help in combat as a whole, and get help in commands you often use the command combat install as the position and package with respect behind the documentation for commerce install. This is a practice set. Install install help. Install of the date package spec, right? Package to install. To install, right? Installing now from my package format, listing the name for the package to install. And some the words of package to install. Satisfy the user. Install the device switch the package managers. This constitutes the of solve environment distribution to this computation. For example, we simply instruct like install like the first two which already first two determines which already choose values for that. Even the symbol its all dependencies are checked. The first Conda tends to choose the latest version of food. However, it depends on bar lives which itself is available in various versions, say 1 through 20. Might be that everything that is compatible with version 17 therefore I would examine the install Conda install Cytools solving environment done. Yes. Semantic versioning. Most Conda packages use a system called semantic versioning to identify distinct version of the application. This Conda package shows the technical version. So it's under semantic version, the software is labeled with 3-part version identifiable user minor patch. The logo component are negative integers are separated by units. Major, minor, and patch. Major version is at page 417 functionality. Improvements in features that are always backward. For instance, adding an optional argument to a function API. Change of the that shows up command line display there for the identifier by when running tool dash version. This information can sometimes be displayed or documented in other ways. For example, suppose on some system certain versions of Python is installed and we require it like this. Python dash and the inputs is system versions. So 1.0.1. Alright, so major update is possible answer is major version is 1. March is that. Major minor patch. Which package version is installed? Because Conda so unfortunately the command Conda list comes to the list. This combo list. Conda list. Help. Select the exact version of the package list 20.22. What is installed? Install a specific version of the package. Sometimes there are issues in the latest version available. Other install coverage, you may have scripts that you can import or API you may have received code that recording specific version that you want to get, which you may have to code that you intend to pass to other users who you know to be very specific package version of the system. Whereas company started going and install software several cases. Conda basically install full library equals to 12.3. Shit. Install the module. Blah, blah. Install ATTRS equals to 17.3. Yes. Install specific versions of package. Install package. Was introduced to 1.1 fixed until 1.4 if the 1.4 series, but if it is incompatible with this, you can set up for so we have used single quotes around the word, especially in this case because several of the symbols in this these more complex patterns have special meanings in terminals, so it's easier just to quote them. So it's inequality select labels. So maybe the always fixed in 1.3.5. I would think it is worth perhaps even 1.5 would be still avoiding regions 1.3 as that this exercise install the latest better than version 16. Conda install rs return L6. Greater than 16, but earlier than version. Less than that, greater than 16, comma 17.3. This list. What the fuck? This ATTRS, right? ATTRS input 3.0. Compatible. What was it then? specification test compatible since the package is installed in the current image but not package installed in the current image but so update update Panda package is not installed in Panda. Package is not installed. Panda is from Panda. Update Panda. Panda. Installed right. Panda. Panda. Dutch. Alright, installing is also done. Removing our Panda package name. Let's just remove the Panda thing. Around the audio. Panda remove Pandas. Update cancel package. Panda install package name, right? What the hell happened to my music? The switch is allowed to do this behavior. Okay. So if you want to see what version of package is available as code packages by default for those matching your platform, okay? That's good. Code SARCH RS. Honda. Search ATTRS. My dependencies. I will have to read it. I'll be right back.
I know that you're afraid. It feels like every day things are slipping away. You're slipping away, and you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time. You're out of time. You're out of time. And now you're out of time. Now you're out of time. Never measure up, you'll never be enough. People say tough love, you should just suck it up. And you think back to a time that you were lost. Thoughts disorganized, can't seem to dry your eyes, and chaos is collapsing from your mind. And you say that you're fine, but now you're out of time. Out of time.
What up, people? What up? Conda search package into the command reveals a variety of details about Conda search package name info. Okay. Start session. Syntax for specifying just one word. About here, just as you do with stop. For example, running search and site tools equals to report on available package versions as this is one variety of packages and packages will be reported on, and you can narrow your further query with examples such as professor site tools 0.2 536 _0 Bison is there, string is there, license is there, subject this is operating system, right? 64 dependencies, Python 3.6, use asterisk void card within the match pattern. This is often useful to match attachment. Attach the hash of the build at the end of the Python version string. Okay. Define the dependencies of package number 1.30.1 with Python 3.6 on your current system. Okay, so Conda search. What do I need to search? Conda search numpy, right? Right now equals to 1.13.1 dash info. Oops, info. Come on. Conda search NUMPS, right? NUMPY equals to 1.30.1 dash info. Oh, command not bad. Conda, not Conda. Conda search NUMPY 1.30.1 major version is 30, minor is major is 1, minor is 30, and the patch is 1, right? Python 3.6 or greater than that, less than 3.7. Determine dependencies of the package. This thing, job. Completed first chapter. Good. Conda install, Conda search, Conda remove. Alright. Channels and why are they needed? All Conda packages so far were published in the main or default channel of Anaconda Cloud. Contact channel is the identifier of a path, example as in web address from which Conda packages can be obtained. Channel is of identifier of a path, example as in web address. From which Conda package can be obtained using the public cloud, installing without specifying a channel points to the main channel at repo.anaconda.com/me, where hundreds of packages are available. Public cloud installing without specifying, although covering a wide swath, the channel contains only packages that are moderated curated by Anaconda INC, given finite resource and particular area focus, not all genuinely worthwhile packages are vetted by Anaconda INC. If you happen to be working in a firewalled or air-gapped environment with a private installation of Anaconda repository, your default channel may point to a different okay, but the same concepts will apply. Anyone may register for an account with Anaconda by creating their personal Conda channel. This is covered in the companion course Conda for building and distributing packages, along with creating and uploading your own packages for this course. Just understand that many users have accounts and corresponding channels. Okay. So this description best characterizes Conda channels. Conda channels aggregate software servicing for automatic curation of services. Software packages are means for used to publish packages independently. That is also true. Aggregate software servicing for related product. Publish independently. Search within channels what particular colleague or other recognized user have published a package listed to you. You can search for it on the search command. For example, David Martin is the principal author of this course. David Mertz has a channel and a kind of account called David Mertz. You can search his channel using the command option. Search channel. Channel or specify the channel to search. As we have published more actives, for example, colleague of your publish specifically in your favorite topic area. Okay, in this case, the switch. Right channel is used to prevent searching on default channel. Switch platform is used to solve the platform which may be one on which the search is run. Absent the switch, the current computer platform is used. The first search is unusual in that it does not specify a package name. Does not specify a package name. For example, you might want to know which version of the package of text adapter for the Windows or Linux or any version of Python, assuming you know in which channel to look for. Okay, see, Anaconda search channel is Conda Forge, and then control and then text editor. Can you find the OS X64 version of Top-Gun platform? Okay, let's see it. I'm gonna search Conda. CRCS search. Conda CRCS search. Platform. OS X64 text adapter. Current channel. How do I narrow it down? Current channel, copy this line code. Let's take a back. Now let me copy it. Conda search. See Conda touch. See. Here. Text adapter. What is that? Channel. Okay, everyone has it. What was one you say? 3.6. Searching across channels. Alright, let's just check out this call again. Let's put this call.
Oh no. How to do?
You're not drunk, are you?
No, no, no.
Too much sleepovers?
No, I'm no, I'm sober.
Oh, good.
Okay. Little bastard.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Take it. Compliment. Yeah. It's not good.
Not at all.
Not good. It's actually bad.
Sorry?
What are you talking about?
Nothing anymore.
No. Okay. Bro, seriously, stop it. You gotta stop it, bro.
Why? Ooh.
Mm-hmm. Harp. Steak.
Mm. Harp.
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 No, how does that help you?
Hee.
Okay, well, you can sit there. I don't care.
Yeah, you care. You mad.
No, I don't care.
Okay. He doesn't.
Have you ever heard this played on a proper church pipe organ before?
I have not.
It's really something.
I did go to a church and they had a pipe organ concert there. It was interesting, but not my cup of
Yeah.
Tea.
tea. But it was pretty cool. The original, like the original piece played in a church pipe organ.
Probably written for that, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Usually played in the procession out of a service.
Mm-hmm. So when the service is near the end, right?
Well, as it's ending, kind of thing.
Okay.
Like the processional outward, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the opportunity with the pipe organ. You have the really low notes, and they just go, vroom, and that feeling that you feel, like that in your gut when you have like a really loud. Yeah.
I think
Music.
I get it. Yeah. I know that.
It's pretty awe-inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you're in the presence of power.
I think it's meant to be.
Yeah, it's intentional.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, why are churches built so big? To inspire.
Well, yeah. It's a bit of heaven on earth. My school used to have services in the cathedral in town once a year. Nice space.
No, you can't catch me by eating that pawn, because then I'll just sneak you back with my other pawn. Instead of with my king.
We'll see.
I will indeed.
Shall see. Oh, it looks cool. Although that guy singing the harp has really bad posture while singing.
He's a very interesting lyricist, Jonathan Coulton.
Mhm. You're a fan of his?
A lot of people are, and a lot of the time they don't even know it.
Mhm. Haha, haha.
He's the one who wrote the Portal songs,
Oh, really?
like the songs from the game Portal and Portal 2. Yes,
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool.
and Ari, your brains. All we want to do is eat your brains.
What?
Oh, I haven't. I don't know that one.
Hey Tom, it's Bob from the office down the hall. It's good to see you, buddy. How have you been? Things are been okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now. Really wish you'd let me in.
Sounds so strange. Lol. I fell right into my trap. That's a good move.
Yeah, because now you can't eat without losing your
God damn it. Gee dang.
Oh, drat. Oh, never mind.
I love that you use words like oh bother and oh drat.
Why
It's
not?
very proper. I love it.
Yeah, he can't swear, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it the right video? I might have given you the wrong video.
No, this is the.
Ah,
Yeah, and it's the right video. It's the right video, but it might have been beaten on the wrong channel.
Hey, Kimchi. How's it going?
Oppo, can you send me some Vegemite over?
Hang on. Sorry, what was the question?
Can you send me some Vegemite over?
can you send? Oh, Vegemite.
I mean, I could.
Vegemite. Oh, bro.
I could, but no, I'm not going to.
I need some extra vitamin B.
Well,
You can order it. You can probably order it online somewhere.
I believe you can. They even sell it in South Africa.
No way. I thought it's an Australian thing.
It is, but they even sell it in South Africa.
I mean, you might have some import restrictions, depending on where you are in the world, because of the nature of its fabrication.
Yeah, which country are you in that you're looking for it? Thank you.
Oh, Germany sucks, bro.
What do you mean?
Desertcast.de has one.
What do you mean?
Hang on.
I mean, Germany sucks.
Oh, this one is interesting.
It is a very strong flavour, and it's not for everyone.
I started yesterday building this super hardcore fucking bot. already. Ah, shoot.
It's on Amazon.de.
Yeah, I know. Like we get everything in Germany, right? Don't
Oh,
we?
you can get it for $4.29, but that's without sound custom. Hang on, I'll put it. It
We
really
could have a
has it.
Vegemite party.
Yeah, let's have a
It's in voice
Vegemite
chat.
party. I want to rub it on my body, the whole thing. And then
Look in voice chat.
I think
it's for the vitamins, bro. Shut up.
Kimchi man.
Good.
Kimchi
I
man.
think
Look in voice
people-
chat.
Take it.
I think because it's not just pure black, you understand. It's very, very, very dark brown.
Wait,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you smear it on yourself, it's going to look brown. And it's not going to look like it's food that you've smeared on yourself. I mean, Australians might be able to pick the difference, but a lot of people wouldn't.
Wait, the shit is called Marmite.
Not Marmite. Related, but different.
Mm.
Yeah, it has to be Vegemite. I want the standard 100% lettuce juice.
Okay. The same shop also has Vegemite, you know.
And yeah, let's have a Vegemite party, bro. I'm gonna make myself a Vegemite stuff, and we can, eat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we also have Vegemite, sure. Okay.
They literally quoted Down Under, so.
Oh, so they have it at Rewe, so I can buy it. Like, wow, it's expensive, €7. Pretty expensive.
Is that with or excluding postage costs?
I'm not sure. Do you think they have it like in the local store?
No.
You sure? We have a Rewe here in Germany, like it's
Oh, maybe then. Let's see.
should
Doesn't it say somewhere if it's in stock?
I'll be right back.
alright.
Oh, you can phone them and ask them.
Hey, can you hear me smoking my electric cigarette?
Yes.
I can hear something.
Is it
I didn't know that's what it was.
I could hear that it was, but that's only because I know someone else who does it.
No, I can activate half of it.
You can just push it off and then we won't hear.
It wasn't intrusive.
No, not at all. It sounded like ASMR.
Wait, she just smiled and gave me a Vegemite sandwich from the song Down Under.
I love how they literally quote the Down Under song in their Vegemite offering. Sehr kräftiger, salziger Geschmack. Sollte immer nur sehr dünn aufgetragen werden. They have to provide instructions for the Germans to eat this Marmite, Vegemite, because otherwise they're going to put on a thick layer. Sorry? No, missed that. Okay, whatever.
Yes, Sudeep?
What does SUD mean?
It's like बोलना नहीं.
Hey, so
Hello.
Oh,
Hello,
Sydney.
hello.
Warcraft. How would you maybe
यति
I
नै
heard
भने.
lots of talking, and I can hardly hear what it is.
hear me?
I just heard me,
All right.
and now I hear you.
How would you describe an API
How would I describe an
in your own
API?
words?
के भन्छ नि
No,
टोरीहरू?
A way to interact with a service using HTTP or
Is
HTTPS.
it necessarily always HTTP though?
Well, it is generally HTTP or HTTPS, I believe. Let's see. Or is that only
But you
REST
could have,
API?
say, for example, some sort of
यो त के
other
रुपेश
thing that
भण्डारी
doesn't work over
नेपाली हो यो?
HTTP.
I can't hear anybody when everybody speaks through each other. No, nobody speaks.
Like you could be
They'll just say
interfacing with, like you could be interfacing with a Python class, and that might be considered under some circumstances an API, perhaps. I don't know.
I have no idea.
भन्छ नि टोरीहरू.
Don't make your definition, bro, in your own words.
त्यो नेपालीहरू बोल्दै
अङ्ग्रेजी पो रहेछ म.
Irko Kali, I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but you'd better settle down and say it and then stop talking.
यो चिङ्काउ अनि चिङ्काउ. Sangchunga चिङ्काउ भनेको.
Same for Sikari.
Go Chinese गाउँ.
And people here speak English.
Kimchi man. Sudeep. Let's Chinese word.
फेरि भन्न.
बडी बोले हेरेर छोड्दै. कोही नेपाली त बोल्दैन त.
दुप 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 दुप.
कोही तोरीहरू बोल्दैनन् के यहाँ त. आरपीएसएस भने यो रुबेस होइन, यो रुबेस भन्ने नि यो.
खोइ थाहा भएन.
हेर्दा त नेपाली नाम जस्तै है.
नेपाली नै हो के?
खै त बोल्नु. हेलो. हाम्रो सोलोमन हो?
होइन सोलोमन. Kimchi man, kimchi. Uff.
नाम पनि कस्तो राखेको यो गेडले. आया हाडी.
Daddies.
identified. यहाँ कि 100जना आफ्नै भाषा बोल्न थाल्यो भने के हुन्थ्यो होला?
São नेपाली रहेछ रे कि लास्टमा आज के होमवर्क देखा पठाएछ
आज बुझ्यो नि
आज बुझ्यो मैले तँलाई हिजो पठाएको थिएँ त पाइथनको पुरै हेरिस् तर लेखेर पठाएको थिएँ नि मैले तँलाई कोडहरू है
हेर्दैछु अझै
भने चाहियो नि यस्तो मलाई सघाउँछ ल सजिलो रहेछ अरे पाइथन तैँले जानिसकेछ त्यो सजिलो लाग्यो मलाई के र वेबसाइट बनाएर अहिले
हैन त्यही कोडहरू हेर्दैछु
Squeaky doors, there's the murder in the house.
Honestly, squeaky doors are far less annoying than the Hindi.
Hindi भन्छ बे तोरी नेपाली हो बे नेपाली
That.
तोरी खैरे
And they think it's funny too.
बुझे भयो के भन्थे
Very childish.
बुझे हैन
What's the next place there?
Do you guys speak English at all, or is it just is whatever you're speaking the only language you know? Just out of curiosity.
नेपाली bro, hello.
Whatever.
Let's speak English.
I just realized that we have ear-raping people in the server.
Pardon?
I got those people who play songs really loud and join and go. I tried it in the Python server, but it actually is.
Hey, Rubius, I got mic on. They have him in there. Hello, Rubius.
Can you both actually hear me?
Yeah, can you either speak English or get to a different voice chat, because this is really annoying.
Bro, Nepali here?
Thanks.
तिमी चाहिँ के हो नेपाली हैन?
English or out?
Tori आउँदा रहेछ.
Very racist. That sounds super racist.
It's kind of the server rule.
No, it just sounded like, I don't know. Yeah,
I don't care how it sounded. It'll have sounded less bad than what he was saying.
No, it was just like if you take it out of the context, it sounded super.
Well, there is malignant racism, and then there is benign racism, right? And in terms of, if you take the word as what it means, racism, as in discrimination. That's more not racism, discrimination. There is benign racism, benign discrimination, and malignant discrimination. This would be a form of benign discrimination.
Yeah, I mean, English isn't my native language either, but I'm still going to choose to speak English in here, because otherwise it's annoying for everybody else, because nobody else can even understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you would sound...
It becomes more of a courtesy thing for me.
Yeah. Also, it sounded almost like he was asking a question, and there's really no point asking a question in here if you're not going to ask it in English.
Well, so long I don't have any real huge problem with people speaking other languages in here, but it does. There is practical considerations. practical considerations.
Yeah, I mean, if they're all speaking Hindi and everybody in here speaks Hindi, then fine, speak Hindi. But almost everybody here speaks English and not Hindi.
Alright, so do you guys know the pprint, pretty print module of
Yes.
Yes.
So it says that it may be able to print data structures which are not part of Python, right? But in the next sentence it says like it could be that it can't print it actually.
Well, if the data structure,
try it.
Yeah.
Try it and see if it's see if it suits what you're working with.
Yeah, I just discovered it. I'm gonna use it. I will try. Yeah, I was just like, it says it could, but in the next sentence it says like it can't.
It could, but it could also not.
Exactly. So it actually says that I should try. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Funny. I will.
Well, if it's not part of Python, then obviously they can't predict if it's not going to work, because there's so many data structures in the world. They obviously haven't tried them all out.
And I find myself doing from pprint import pprint instead of just doing pprint.pprint all the time.
Exactly.
It just gets annoying.
Just like you do using namespace standard in C++. Instead of doing std colon. Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I like to sort of try to keep things in their own modules where I can, but
it just gets annoying. Sometimes. And also nobody else will ever have pprint. Oh my gosh. Two big shops in the Netherlands, like, they're not really shops, they're more chains of shops. The asbestos has been found in makeup of both of them. In powder makeup of both of them.
Shit. As in, like,
apparently
cosmetics for application to people's skin.
Yeah. Apparently it came along with the talc.
Yeah.
Apparently with talcum, when they mine it, sometimes asbestos comes along. This shop says that's constantly being monitored, but apparently not monitored well enough because they still have asbestos in their makeup. The loose powder foundation and the My Cheek palette blush. Well, of course, unless you actually go and sniff that foundation, you probably won't have that many issues.
Well, you still don't want it around you, do you?
No, you don't. But
so it's
realistically,
get into places eventually.
Yeah.
Is everyone just not talking? Oh, no, there we go.
QAnon has been banned from Facebook. Now they're going to say it's part of the complot. Sorry, they're going to say it's part of the complot.
Complot?
You know what QAnon is, right?
I'm familiar with broad strokes, yeah.
Basically, it's a far-right conspiracy theory. I quote from Wikipedia, alleging that a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles running a global child sex trafficking ring is plotting against President Donald Trump, who is battling against the cabal. that Trump is planning a day of reckoning known as the Storm, when thousands of members of the cabal will be arrested. No part of the theory is based on fact. It started on 4chan. Anyways, now they've been banned from Facebook, so they're probably going to say that Facebook is part of that cabal.
Yeah, well. For all the good an official stance against them is going to do.
Right.
Someone's tweet. Speaking as someone with a PhD in Roman history, putting your bodyguards at personal risk for no reason when your political support is already teetering is an interesting choice.
Apparently, a third of all Republicans believe in the theory of QAnon. And according to Donald Trump, believers in it are patriots who like him.
Of course.
I really don't see why people believe this.
Who says they do?
They do.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Sometimes it's a bit like, like a team thing rather than a personal thing. It's just too... it's because it's against the libs, Cultish. People would say they believe in it even if they don't, just because they don't. It's because of the sense of community that they get, and also, attacking people they mightn't like or are afraid that by attacking them they deflect suspicion of themselves. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, if you're not in the group, you get ostracised and life ruined.
Exactly. I'm trying to find a good picture of crepes because somebody thinks they're the same as American pancakes. Yeah. Now I'm hungry. What?
Do you like sleeping? I do. Wow, me too. We should try it together sometime.
Where did you see that? Can you repost it in voice chat?
Yeah, okay.
There's somebody I know who will really like it. Thanks. Do you ever have lemon juice and sugar on your pancakes?
Yes.
Somebody from the USA was saying that it's weird, and why would you do that? But I've
was
always
part
done
of
it.
that conversation.
No, in a different server.
Oh, okay.
Again, not that one. That was a while back.
My
that
mistake.
was with Ray, I think. Oh, someone suggests Tate and Lyle's golden syrup.
Golden syrup? Yeah, I suppose that would work. Maple would be better, though.
Yeah, true.
But golden syrup dumplings are a thing.
No, they never had those.
Essentially the same ingredients. Although I'm not sure. They have egg? I don't know. No, actually, golden syrup dumplings don't typically have egg, I think.
Golden syrup is an inverted sugar syrup. Apparently, made in the process of refining sugarcane into sugar.
An inverted sugar syrup.
Yes. I turned it around.
Sugar syrup, turn it upside down. Ta-da!
Inverted sugar syrup, also called invert syrup or invert sugar, is an edible mixture of two simple sugars, glucose and fructose, that is made by heating sucrose, table sugar, with water. The mixture has the opposite direction of optical rotation as the original sugar, which is why it is called an invert sugar.